What is going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you on a Thursday night. Hope everybody is doing well. I think it's going to be kind of a fun show. I hope every show is fun for you, but we are kind of eclipse hunting tonight. The eclipse, if you don't know, we've talked about this a couple times on the show and on the newscast, is about to start. It's about an hour away from the cool part. The Earth's soft shadow, the penumbral eclipse, is getting ready to start now. You really can't tell much, if anything, during that portion of the eclipse, but the better part where the moon starts to look like Pac-Man because it's rolling through Earth's shadow, that is going to start at about an hour from now, 10:31. The issue is we have some clouds out there. So I need your help tonight. If you can, do me a favor, check outside. Do you see clouds where you are? Post your location. Don't forget that because we're trying to determine where the clouds are. From a satellite perspective, we are seeing the clearing. So this is the infrared satellite. It allows us to see at night. And by the way, we're taking a live look. Twin Oaks up top. It looks nice and bright. And below me is downtown Orlando. You can see the skyline and the lovely I-4. And look at what we can see right there. The bright moon just under the Orlando tag. There's certainly still some clouds out there. I was just outside of the station about 5 minutes ago. I could see the illumination of the moon, but there were some pretty thick clouds, at least over the station. So again, here's your assignment. I need you guys to go check for me to report back on where we are currently seeing the cloud cover. There is the motion where we have the white in the colored colors. That is where we still have some pretty thick clouds tonight, at least some higher clouds. What infrared satellite does, it takes the temperature. It's colder the higher up you get into the atmosphere. So that is where we have the brighter colors, the higher the clouds are up in the atmosphere. So some good stuff there. So that's our current satellite picture. We are going to take a look at that throughout the course of the show. We're also going to look at Tropical Storm Dolly that was named today. And also, if we have time anyway, we'll check up on the drought monitor. If not, we will get that done tomorrow because there's so much going on. So here's a timeline for the eclipse. Kimberly mentioned it. The peak is 12:13, dead on the money there. The good part of the eclipse, the actual partial portion, gets underway at 10:33. So literally 1 hour from now. All right. So, and thank you guys for the reports. Keep those coming because we're going to help everybody out that tunes into the show tonight. Obviously, you can go out and look, but we're trying to determine. Sometimes it's hard for the satellite to kind of get super hyper local because it's in space, but we can see the motion of those clouds. And again, I do have a good shot with one of our weather stem cameras here of the moon in Orlando on our Port Canaveral camera. We also have it. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to change my sources in real time here so I can show you that. I'm going to go here. I need to talk to myself. So there it is there. This is going to be the star of the show. There's from Port Canaveral. There is the moon. There are just a few thin clouds out there. So we're doing all right on the coast, and especially the further south and east of I-4 you are. All right, so let's see. I have some reports coming in. In Oakland, Florida, we'll check up on Oakland. West Orange County, can't see anything. And I love it. It doesn't know the emoji. It says blue raised arms. Not clear in New Smyrna Beach. Conway is clear. Thank you for that report. So, okay, we're in and out of some clouds. I'll show you the satellite again in just 1 second. Here is the timeline, though. So there is some time. This isn't like a solar eclipse where you literally just have a few minutes to see the peak. It's gonna last a good bit of time, but it gets underway at 10:33. And as we get deeper into the eclipse, and by the way, tune in the News 6 tonight at 11 because we are going to be checking up on the eclipse with our cameras across Central Florida during the show tonight. So do me a favor, tune in tonight, News 6 at 11. We are going eclipse hunting. I'm a little nerd for this. This is pretty cool. 11:15 tonight, Eastern Time. 50% of the moon will be covered by Earth's shadow. The maximum eclipse, as Kimberly mentioned in the chat, is 12:13 in the morning. And then the eclipse is about 50% the moon is still eclipsed by Earth's shadow at 50% at 1 o'clock in the morning, just after, and then the eclipse completely ends at 1:52. So again, it's a long eclipse. You'll have the opportunity, even if you have clouds there. Awesome. Okay, so we have a report of Interlaken, clear to see in and out of clouds. Thank you for that report. Not clear in Vero Beach tonight. Hopefully, we will work on that through the course of the evening. There's the satellite again. So here's what's going on in Vero Beach. You have like a little poof. I'm optimistic in Vero Beach. There's like a little poof of clouds moving through. So I think you're going to at least have part of the eclipse coming through. And then we are really working on clearing it out, especially south and east of I-4, that blue color again of those higher clouds. So we like to see that because that means typically the higher clouds are the wispier, thinner clouds, in this sense anyway. And then the whiter clouds are the warmer clouds, so those are kind of lower and thicker. We're trying, but there we go. Again, we just had a surge of people join on YouTube. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you're watching on News 6 Plus, again, we'll go over the timeline if you're just joining us. We have about an hour to get rid of the clouds. Partial portion of the eclipse starts at about 10:33. If you guys are just joining, let me know where you're tuning in from. And you have an assignment tonight. You guys are my storm chasers. Dramatic, right? Cloud chasers, really. Step outside real quick. Let me know if you are seeing clear skies. Report back with your location, and we're going to try to stitch this together here. By 11:15, you might start to see the moon turn that rust color, that almost blood red color. And while this isn't completely a total eclipse, we have about 94% of the moon in the Earth's shadow. And I'm going to go over the science of a lunar eclipse on the other side of this break to explain what all this means. But just know the coolest part of the eclipse happens after 10:30. It gets even cooler at about 11:15. And then the coolest is as it approaches midnight and a little bit beyond. And then this is over at 1:52. So you're going to have to stay up a little bit later, but that is the timeline as we are tracking some of the clouds. There's the satellite again, where if there's going to be clouds around, we want the bluer clouds because those are the colder cloud tops, meaning that the clouds are thinning out. The motion is from the southeast to the north and west. So a lot of us in southwest Florida are nice. Southeast Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Delray Beach, we're looking good. Vero Beach, we have that little puff of white clouds just kind of clinging to the coast. And then we have some of the thicker stuff a little further up. Claremont, Citrus Tower, hazy cloud cover currently, can see the moon, but not clear. That's how it was for me here at the station just outside of downtown Orlando. And then, so we had some pretty thick clouds here. We are about right here, just north of Orlando, the station anyway. So you can see kind of it being white. So the lower clouds and thicker are going to be harder to scour out. Kissimmee, we've got a nice clearing line coming. I don't know if anybody happens to be tuning in from Deer Park or Harmony or Holopop or Satellite Beach or Rockledge or Palm Bay. I would love to see if anybody's tuning in from Osceola or Brevard County or Indian River County, because that's where the satellite is showing that we've got some pretty clear skies. And again, here is a look from Port Canaveral. So we've got a nice clean shot here. So if you are tuning in from the greater Central Florida area, and again, on this show, we cover the entire state of Florida, but we're going to keep checking in on our cameras during the 11 o'clock news tonight. So even if it's cloudy at your house, as long as we keep the port clear, we will be able to bring you these the eclipse in real time, at least from 11 to 11:30. going forward. So we're watching it closely, and it's going to be fun, I think. So again, let me know where you're tuning in from. Let me know what you are seeing out there. I have to get the first break in, guys. When we come back, we are going to talk about the science of a total, not total, this almost total, the total of the science of a lunar eclipse. We're going to look at the satellite again. And during this break, this is a great opportunity to go outside and let me know what the weather conditions are in your area and report back with your location. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Alrighty, guys, welcome back. We are going to talk about the science of the lunar eclipse in just 1 second. I want to give you another look at the satellite. A lot of people tuning in tonight. Thanks so much for being here on News 6 Plus and on the News 6 YouTube page. Getting a lot of reports, so thank you guys for stepping outside, looking up, and seeing if we have the clouds. Here is the satellite that we are looking at right now, and we do have some decently clear skies, especially in southwest Florida. It's really northwest of I-4 where we're having the biggest issues in terms of the cloud cover. The best spots right now are going to be in Osceola County and Brevard County. We do have some more clouds moving into the port. That's where our camera is right now. We've got a really cool shot. So I'm hoping we lose these clouds pushing through. Again, the eclipse, the partial portion gets underway at 10:31. We will see. Although I do like that they're popping that bluish yellow color. That means these are kind of higher and thin clouds. But we're going to be watching that closely because we do have a great vantage point from our cameras. Got another report from Interlochen, mostly clear with some high cirrus clouds. And it's a great opportunity for kind of Meteorology 101 with the infrared satellite, the brighter the colors that you see moving through, the higher the clouds. We look at these with hurricanes. When you see the ridiculously bright red colors, that means those are very cold cloud tops. Those are the ones that are like 50, 60,000 feet up in the air. Like these are some residual thunderstorms, and that's why those are yellow, so they're colder. But we've got some blue here, so they're a little cooler, but certainly not as vertically developed as we call them. The whiter ones are the lower ones, and those are going to be the harder ones to see any kind of even a glimpse of the eclipse. So here's the science behind it. By the way, you don't need any special protection. This is not a solar eclipse where you need those glasses until you're in totality. So you're fine to look at this with the naked eye. You don't need a telescope or anything like that. Just look up, find the moon. But what is happening here is the Earth is moving in between the sun and the moon, where the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. And what we have going on right now, actually, as we speak, the moon is in the soft shadow. So if you did have a clear sky, and if you looked really, really close, you could see a faint dark tint to the moon. It's barely noticeable. Barely noticeable. But once we get to 1031, the moon is going to enter the hard shadow of the Earth. And what that means is it's kind of moving directly behind the planet, our planet, and it'll start to look like Pac-Man gradually, like the little bite out of Pac-Man, because the Earth is starting to block the moonlight, or the sunlight, I should say, that illuminates the surface of the moon. At 12:13, it's going to be right smack dab in the middle. It's not oriented perfectly where the entire moon is covered. It's about 94%, so we're pretty darn close to a total lunar eclipse. So we are going to see it turn blood red, if you can see it, and then it will exit again in the Earth's shadow. By the way, if you didn't know, it's really, really cool. The reason why the moon turns blood red, it's the same way that we see sunrises and sunsets and we see the sky. It's the Earth's atmosphere scattering the particles from the sunlight and projecting it onto the moon. So you're literally seeing all of Earth's sunrises and sunsets being projected onto the moon because the sun's rays filter through the Earth's atmosphere. It scatters the light and then it projects it red. So it's really, really cool how this works. So a lot of science and a lot of optics going on, and of course, really enjoyable to see. A bunch of different types of lunar eclipse. We are in the partial category, but this is what is known as a hard partial. Like we are 94%, the moon is 94% in the Earth's shadow. What's going on right now is actually the penumbra portion where it's in that soft shadow. So if you looked really close, you could see it turning a little dark. And then a total is when it's completely, but I mean, we are pretty darn close to that coming up. And again, the partial portion gets underway at 10:31. As we approach 11:15, it's going to be, it's going to start to, it's going to be 50% covered by the Earth shadow. You might start to see it turn that rust or blood red color. And then as it gets closer to midnight, that's when it's really going to be blood red. And then certainly at the peak of this, at about 12:13 in the morning. So it's going to take a while. We have some time to get this cloud cover out of here, but then there's also time, if you're currently clear, to see more clouds coming back into play. But nonetheless, really cool lunar eclipse coming down the pipeline. Alrighty, guys, I have to get my second break in. I will do my best to get to the tropical storm if you're interested in that, but boy, it's really not going to do anything. It's going to be out there. I'll touch on it in a second on the other side after the break. By the way, if you are new here, welcome. We do this show every night, Monday through Friday. We talk about the weather and then sometimes astronomy and other cool things around the world. If you're interested, come visit us more often. You can hit that subscribe button. I know we are a Central Florida news channel, but we do cover the entire state of Florida weather-wise and tropics-wise on the show every Monday through Friday at 9:30. So if you're interested in that, consider hitting that subscribe button to the channel and come back, ask questions, let us know where you're tuning in from. This is a super interactive show. I have my chat generator up, and ask away. We'll have about 4 minutes on the other side of this break for any questions, and I will do a quick tropics update before one more look at the satellite. And then tune in tonight if you're in the greater Central Florida area to News 6 at 11. We have our cameras around. I'm going to be watching this like a hawk. We're going to talk about it. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being here. Again, if you're new here, a lot of new people on the YouTube side of things, and thank you for tuning in on the free News 6 Plus smart TV app. Really appreciate you guys. Again, we're here every Monday through Friday talking about the weather. Not a ton of weather tonight, although we are tracking the clouds to get these things out of here prior to the eclipse coming. Just wanted to touch on Dolly real quick. I know there was some interest in that. There it is. It's going to live a very, very short life. Just want to show you the track, and I'm going to have this again at 11 o'clock tonight. But the Hurricane Center track doesn't even go out to its, not even showing it to you. Sorry about that. The Hurricane Center doesn't even have its track going out the full 5 days because we've talked about this. It is going to run the gauntlet of El Nino-induced wind shear and get ripped apart likely even before the Northeast Caribbean islands. So some good news there, and it could bring them some drought relief to the Caribbean. So we'll have more on that tonight at 11. And we're also keeping tabs on this. If you're tuning in from the greater Central Florida area and there are clouds, I'm going to be checking in on this, and our team of producers are locked in on the eclipse tonight. We'll zoom in a little bit closer and clearer as this eclipse gets underway. This is a live look from Port Canaveral tonight of the moon getting ready to be eclipsed out there tonight. Just just after 10:30 is when it starts. Peak again is at about 12:13. It'll start to turn that blood red color just after 11:15 into that 11:15 to 12:13 ballpark. It'll get redder and more red as we go forward. Wanted to bring you back to the satellite image. And again, a lot of new people tuning in on YouTube. Welcome. Post in the comments what you are seeing out there if you're tuning in from really anywhere across the country, but especially Florida, so we can see just how thick these clouds are. We have a nice clearing line down the Florida Turnpike, Osceola County. A lot of Brevard County right now, though. I am watching these clouds try to sneak back in. Back toward Port Canaveral tonight. So we're hoping that they hold off and that they're thin enough so that we can see that. Kimberly is asking, when is the next total eclipse? It's actually not for a very long time. It's going to be 2029, I think June something or other, 2029. So we have a very long way to go. And I think this is going to be our actual best eclipse lunar-wise. I mean, certainly lunar and solar-wise, best eclipse in the next 3 years. Until that one, because I don't even think we get a good partial either for the next couple of years. So this is it. So enjoy it while we have it. Enjoy it while we have it. The moon has risen above the Orlando camera that I had going here. So there it is again. This is the star of the show tonight. It's a great camera shot. Thanks, Cole. Thanks for being here. And I support your decision to stay up late tonight. And enjoy the eclipse. I know I am, but I am working till midnight tonight, so I guess I'm going to be up anyway. What time in South Florida? In Palm Beach? Here is the timeline for all of the Eastern time zone. We'll roll a little bit later tonight for the show. Typically, we have to stop right about this time because of I got to do the new 6 at 10 o'clock deal. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick is here for that. So this is all for Eastern time. So if you're tuning in anywhere from the Eastern time zone, if you're on the panhandle side of Florida, and I don't mean to neglect you, I know you guys are in Central time, just subtract the hour. So at 9:33, the partial eclipse is going to get going. Whoops. And at the peak time would be 11:13 versus 12:13. So some really cool stuff tonight coming through. We just need the clouds to cooperate. We are hoping. If you guys are new here, there's a lot of new people in the chat. Thank you for chiming in where you're tuning in from and your weather report. That is super helpful to us. Again, if you missed it before, we're here every Monday through Friday to talk about Florida weather. You might click on this page and see, oh, it's a Central Florida news station, and we are. But for this show at 9:30, we track the weather throughout the entire state of Florida, because I know a lot of the state is neglected on the streaming side of things. We like to cover that, and I like to have the interaction. This is a super interactive show. So you ask a question, comments, what have you, and this goes every Monday through Friday at 9:30 right here on this channel. So hit that subscribe button if you'd like to tune in more often. And then, of course, we have in-depth tropics coverage. My coverage tonight of Dolly was not in-depth because I don't think it needs to be. Got my eye on it in case it does anything funny if it stays north of the Caribbean. But regardless, if you're interested in that, would love to have you tune into the show a little bit more. And I thank you guys for tuning in. Got some celebrating going on, the eclipse, some Chinese noodles, and some cold beer. How are you watching the eclipse tonight? In the next couple of minutes that we are watching, running the show a little while longer tonight. I love it. The two beer celebrators active in the chat tonight. Let's go back to the satellite real quick. Let me pull up the satellite channel. And we can do one quick radar or satellite tour, I should say. Do I have anybody tuning in from the Panhandle by any chance? Tallahassee, Pensacola. There are a few breaks in the clouds. We're looking at the gray colors here. So the white represents the clouds where there's kind of those breaks. That's where we're cloud free. So Monticello right now, Madison, we have some cloud free skies. We're really looking good in Southwest Florida. So Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Sarasota, Bonita Springs, looking awesome. Homestead, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boca, West Palm, Jupiter. I'm watching this, though. If you're in Brevard County, we're looking good right now. But there are some clouds that are trying to go. Our camera, by the way, that I keep on showing you, that shot there, that is right at Port Canaveral. That is right here is where our camera is at. And that is kind of looking out over the Atlantic Ocean toward the east. But we do have, again, East Orange County getting on. There's a faint clearing line right there. So St. Cloud, if anybody's tuning in from St. Cloud, we are getting rid of the clouds. What's going on in the Panhandle? Cloudy on the beach. We're going to be in and out. We might have a shot for it to clear. It's like cloud, clear, cloud, and thankfully, again, it lasts a little while, so you'll be able to see it. A little bit, you might be able to see it in between some of the breaks in the clouds. Davenport, tonight, it's going to be close. We do have that clearing line coming through. You should actually, I would say, in the next 30 minutes to an hour, you should start to clear out pretty good in Davenport. Off of the Florida Turnpike, that's where those clouds are starting to clear from east to west. You see the blues and whites, and it kind of get a little gray after the Florida Turnpike sign. That is where we're going to try. There's the clearing line through East Orange County. So that clearing line is about probably 20 minutes away from Bithlo. It's starting to move through Christmas. So it might be able to get to you guys before it's all said and done. We're going to check up on Tallahassee. So you're kind of in the same deal. And we've got clouds moving in all over the place. So Tallahassee, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Right now we have some clouds overhead. And we don't want to see the white color there because those are some of those lower, warmer clouds. But the clouds moving back in from about Quincy, taking a trip down I-10 tonight. So that is where I think you might have some breaks. So it's not going to be completely clear skies, but you might have an opportunity to see it in and out, at least when the clouds try to thin out just a little bit. What's going on in the Villages? New Smyrna Beach. It's going to be tight in New Smyrna. Let's go back down here as the loop replays itself. We have, let's see. Let's wait till this replays again. The clearing line is making its way up A1A in Volusia County. It's just, it's going to be close. There might be some breaks, but we have all of this still that's trying to push in onshore. So it's not the greatest along the Volusia coastline. But we're trying. We're trying. And then if I have anybody tuning in, we have someone tuning in from the Villages. We have the white around, some blue, that's some higher thin clouds. Moving back in. So you might be able to see it in between. Pasco County. There are some breaks. You notice you can kind of see the topography a little bit over the last couple of frames. So the clouds are trying to thin out a little bit as they move from about Zephyr Hills back to the Gulf Coast. So there's going to be a chance. Southern part of the Villages, so Sumter County. And there we go. Take a close-up look. If there are going to be clouds, we like them to be the blue color on this infrared satellite composite because that represents the relatively thinner clouds. But there you go. Again, in and out of some tonight. The place to be is going to be south and east of I-4 for sure. Bartow, Fort Meade, and Lakeland, we still have some clouds. I'm optimistic that we are going to be cloud-free. Bradenton, we're looking good. Sarasota, Port Charlotte. What's going on, American Constellation? Out by Clearwater, you can see the moon. It's kind of hazy up there to the west. It looks like the clouds are thinning out. Let's take a look at Clearwater. And there's some good stuff coming. I think you're gonna be looking good. There's gonna be some clouds moving back through the next 10 minutes or so, and then there's gonna be, I think, a nicer clearing line either coming out of Tampa, coming out of Bloomingdale, and Plant City. So I'm liking the prospects from Palm Harbor to Largo, St. Pete, even although the clouds are a little thicker right in the bay. Looking good in Davenport. Awesome. Thank you for that report. It's going to be fun. Again, we are about 26 minutes away from the eclipse getting underway tonight. This is fun stuff. A lot of reports about the mosquitoes. I love it. Hey, I appreciate the support. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight to nerd out about the eclipse. This is good stuff. Request for the shot. There is, and you can kind of see some of those clouds off in the distance. This is Port Canaveral on the Space Coast. That is the shot there that we keep on checking up on. There it is above my head. We'll change the box so we can keep the satellite loop up and a picture of the full moon. That is a live look again from Port Canaveral. All right, have a request from. I just noticed that too. I almost even said, "Wow, I never knew there was a weather vane there." We never really look in this direction from Port Canaveral. We're always looking at the cruise ships. But yeah, there's a cool weather vane if you look closely on the right-hand side, just to the right of the moon. All right, Citrus County. We have some of the thicker clouds around. It's not going to be the best. I'm not going to say never, though. Coming out of Sumter County, we have some more clouds. So out of Nobleton, Bushnell, Lake Panasoffkee, Wildwood area, even from Inverness, back towards Citrus County, we have some stuff coming through. And boss, I didn't forget about you. We'll take a look at that at the Pacific hurricane season tomorrow. I had a request from you to do that. We did have 2 new names today, the L and the K storm. The Pacific's going nuts. And again, that's helping to keep the Atlantic quiet as well. Can't come soon enough to get this thing over with. Let's keep these things out at sea. I appreciate you being in this awesome community. Thank you for coming on and hanging out almost every Monday through Friday at 9:30. So if you're just joining us here, a lot of people tuning in on YouTube, and thanks guys for finding the channel. Again, we cover the weather across the state of Florida. Tonight's has been an extended edition because I don't have to be off for the 10:30 news or for the 10 o'clock news because Jordan's here. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick is on right now. If you're just joining us, this is the timeline for the eclipse, and technically it is underway in the Earth's soft shadow. So if you did have a crystal clear sky, you might be able to notice the moon start to turn just faintly darker. You really can't notice a change right now, but at 10:33, we start to get into what I like to call the Pac-Man phase, where the Earth's shadow starts to take a bite out of the moon, and you will see it get darker and darker and darker. By 11:15, the moon is going to be 50% covered by the Earth's shadow. And it's around that part, it's around that point where you'll also start to see it turn that rust color. And then it'll get even more blood red as we get toward that 12:13 peak when it will be at its most red. And then we will still be in the eclipse. It'll turn less red, but it will still be in the Pac-Man phase, as you see there, at 1:11 in the morning. Now, if you're tuning in from the Florida Panhandle from the Central Time portion, just subtract an hour. So the partial eclipse is going to still begin in 23 minutes, but it'll be at 9:13 or 9:33 instead of 10:33. 50% eclipsed at 10:15. Max eclipse at about 94.5%, at about 12:13, and then at 1:13 or 12:11, it will be still 50% eclipsed. So there's a lot going on tonight. We just need the clouds to cooperate. And unfortunately, that's not going to be doing that everywhere. And as we talked about earlier, the next total lunar eclipse, and this isn't total, it is a very hard partial because we get that blood red color because, again, it's about 95-ish% covered in the Earth's shadow. There are the clouds again. And if you're not familiar with the eclipse, this is what's going on. The Earth is kind of in between, not kind of, it is in between the sun and the moon. So the Earth is actually blocking the sun's rays from illuminating the moon. So as it enters the Earth's hard shadow, which it will do at 10:33, so in literally about 20 minutes, we will start to see darkness move across the moon. That is the Earth's shadow. At about 10, or about, what did we say? At about 11:15, that's when we're going to start to see it turn a little red. And then from 11:15 to 12:13 is when it's going to start to get really red. And then at peak redness at about 12:13 Central Time, Eastern Time, 11:13 Central Time. And then it's going to gradually start to move out of Earth's shadow. If you missed it before, we talked about it turns red because it's literally, essentially, all of the Earth's sunrises and sunsets being projected onto the moon because the sun's rays are passing through the Earth's atmosphere, and that light is being scattered onto the moon, just like how we would see a sunrise and sunset here on Earth. It's doing the same thing, except we're now projecting it onto the moon. So really cool. Okay, so let's see. Let's get back to the satellite here to check up, and I'm going to see if there's any questions as we're doing an extended version of the show tonight. Yes, eclipses are usually this slow. There's sometimes they might even be slower, even if there was more if there was more of the moon picked up. So yeah, so about from 50 to 95%, and then 95 to 50%. So yeah, it's slow, but it's a lot of times because you don't notice it's going on until you really start to see the red color, and all that stuff. So that might be why. It might be that kind of perception of it. And then same thing with a solar eclipse. Those things last pretty long too, except the best part of it only lasts anywhere from 2 to 6 minutes. So that's why it might seem like it's longer than normal. American Constellation coming in with a weather report from Clearwater. Late August sky looks pretty good for tonight. Rain about 50 miles offshore. Nice show out there. So some really good stuff. Guys, I don't want to stop for the 11 o'clock news. Just want to keep on doing this. But again, if you are in the greater Central Florida area, tune in News 6 at 10 o'clock, at 11 o'clock. I have all my Central times now because I keep going back from Eastern time to Central time because of the panhandle. We're going to be tracking this, of course. So if you do have clouds at home, I'm hoping that we keep the clouds away from this shot at Port Canaveral. And I don't know if you can tell, but we do have some clouds in the background. We've been tracking that. Those are these guys right here coming through. And I think I just saw a lightning strike. So that's what there's a little thunderstorm out there. So that was the flash we saw. And as long as that little guy stays out there, it's not moving in, it's moving kind of up. But we do have kind of the anvil. We do have kind of the anvil pushing through. Thank you a ton for the report into land. Can see the moon, but cloudy. I guess that's a start. I'm anxious to see if it's going to be thin enough so we can actually see it turn red through some of the clouds. Cole oftentimes has the comment of the night when he said a school of fish just got fried from that thunderstorm that's hanging out. How far is that thing? 40 miles, give or take, offshore. Yeah, I agree with that. Nothing better than seeing a thunderhead in the distance. I'm with you. Can see the moon in Sebastian. Love it. So let's go back to the satellite and let's see, because sometimes it's kind of hard, but let's go. And if Marky D from Vero Beach is still here, I like to know if you could see the moon too, because that little batch of white that was over us, we talked about it was likely going to drift away from you, and it has. So there was that little puff of white there. That is moving away. Sebastian, nice and clear. Miko, Grant Valkyria, Malabar, Palm Bay to Melbourne. Awesome. Clear skies in Vero Beach. So that is good. South Patrick Shores, stay away, clouds. We don't like this. This is that anvil or the kind of cloud debris from that thunderstorm pushing in, and I hope it goes away. Maybe it'll stay south of the camera. Moon is clear, but got some high clouds around it. Into land. Let's go check out what the satellite looks like into land. So we're kind of in and out. We have a nice little clear air patch, and I know it's kind of hard to see with the different color, but when you can kind of see the topography of the Earth pop up, that's the thinning of the clouds. So there are some thicker clouds that are over Lake Helen and Casadega right now. Those might try to push back in a little bit, but there is kind of a thinning. So we are seeing a thinning going on tonight. So we are now about It's 10:18, 10:33, 15 minutes away from the start of the eclipse. Awesome. Great to hear this. West Palm skies are crystal clear. South Florida is the place to be tonight. There are just very few clouds, and those are hanging out right over Lake Okeechobee. Um, just a couple of clouds trying to bubble back up over the Gulf Stream and then get pushed in. But West Palm, awesome stuff. Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, Boca looking great. Pembroke Pines, Carroll City, Miami. Homestead, everywhere in South Florida. The Keys, let's check out the Keys. I got one kind of cluster of clouds in the upper Keys around Key Largo. Northwest of Jacksonville, full of clouds. There we go. So what we have going on there, there's some thunderstorms up there for you. Yeah, you said northwest, and like northeast is a little better, but yeah, that bright yellow there. There's some flare up of thunderstorms over the Florida-Georgia border, and that cloud debris is kind of blowing back. So that it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to see it in and around the Jacksonville metro, especially northwest of Jacksonville, and then down parts of I-10. And while we're not great northwest of I-4, there's at least some breaks. Um, Clear skies in Okeechobee. Great stuff. Just a few like right on the west side of the lake, and that's it. We are nice and good down there. Cloudy and Sebastian, but I'm getting clear view cuts in between the clouds. And yeah, so you're going to be in and out of the cloud. So you kind of see that little flare up there and then leave alone. And there's a few coming back in from your southwest, like out of Fellsmere. If you look really, really close, that faint white that just came back. Cloud cover over Walt Disney World, thin enough to see the moon currently, just off property in Winter Garden. Let's go check out the attractions area in Southwest Orange County. And there we are. So you'll see there's Epcot popping up. And again, whenever you can see kind of the topography in the towns, that is the thinning of the cloud cover. So there's Disney property there. And then up toward Windermere, Dr. Phillips, Oakland, Winter Garden, you can kind of see it thin out. So we at least are seeing the thinning. I am so glad you brought this up. Okay, so we at New 6, if you're not aware, this is going to be kind of a sales pitch, and I'm biased, but this is how you guys always help me out when we're tracking storms, especially, but now we're tracking the clouds and the eclipse. Clickorlando.com/pins is the best way to get your photo to me and the weather team so that I can show it on TV and on the stream. The best way, even better than that, is downloading the free New 6 weather app, because not only can upload pictures right from your phone, like if it's right in your camera roll, take it. There's a little section called Pin It. You can just open that up and then submit it to us. we can show it right on air. It comes right in. We can grab it. We can put it on TV or on the stream. So just search News 6 or WKMG in your app store, and you can do all of that. You can also, obviously, since it's a weather app, you can track storms right to your home. You can set up lightning detection and warning and all that stuff. So if the Weather Service warns for your area, no matter where you are, you're going to get that warning. You can set up lightning detection. You'll get a push alert when lightning is detected within 10 miles of you. And then you can hightail it inside. It literally is a great app, and we have a whole tropical section on there that we update ourselves, as well as information from the National Hurricane Center. So you get two ways to get information that are credible right there, and there's a lot of stuff that you can track yourselves if you like doing that, a lot of models and stuff. So it's a pretty cool app. Again, I'm biased, but you can do a lot of stuff. And again, it's like the best way to be like the News 6 weather reporters and the storm chasers out there, because we're in here tracking the storms alongside you guys on the stream or on TV, and then we can get the ground truth of what is actually going on. Southeast Alabama is just covered. The moon isn't even up yet. Moon should be up. It's just probably if it is clear in New Smyrna Beach, you should be able to see the moon. The moon is definitely up. It should look a lot like that, because that's where it is in the sky. It's getting higher in the sky. All right, got a good view in Pasco County. Oh, and there are those thunder. A lot of you guys have been putting about the lightning. There's the blow up of thunderstorms right off the Gulf Coast. So let's hope those higher clouds don't kind of stream in. Let's look at the radar on that. There's the lightning. Be careful too if you're trying to watch this on the beach, by the way. Oh, okay. I thought you said it was clear. Okay. So there's the lightning offshore. All right, have a question about when the eclipse is happening. Okay, just be careful real quick. If you're watching from Newport Richie, Port Richie, Bayonet Point, be very careful. I would not go out on the beach. Look how close that lightning strike just came. A couple of miles away from the parent thunderstorm. So please be careful. We do have those thunderstorms off of the Gulf, and hopefully they don't rob the view. We are 5, 7 minutes away, 8 minutes away from the eclipse getting underway. Here is the timeline. If you happen to be on the central time of Florida, just subtract an hour. So the partial eclipse, when we start to take a bite out of the moon, the Earth's shadow, starts at 10:33. So a few minutes away. I'm going to run out of here real quick and have them zoom in on the moon. 50% eclipse at about 11:15. If you are anywhere in Eastern time, this applies. And if you're anywhere in Central time, it applies by subtracting an hour. Mountain time, subtract 2 hours. Max eclipse is happening at about 12:13. The eclipse is still going on at 50%. It's ending or exiting at 1:11 in the morning. Louisiana, just subtract an hour. So you should be good. So max eclipse is at 11:13 p.m. The eclipse starts in still a few minutes at 9:33 p.m. And 50% eclipse at 11:15. Hold that thought for 1 second. I am going to jump out of here. I'm going to talk to our camera people to zoom in, talk amongst yourselves. While we wait here, I am going to, oh, there they go. Look, they must have heard me. Centering that thing. Let's see if they zoom. There we go. It's like we got the force or something. Come on. Let's see if I have to get up out of the chair. Come on, zoom. All right. Give me 1 second. I am going to keep the stream up. So I have to stop the stream for a little bit because I have to do the 11 o'clock newscast. But I'm going to keep this stream live. I'm going to keep the chat open. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace my face with the looping radar. And then in this box, I'm going to have the satellite. And then in this box above my head, or I might reverse some things, I might put the picture, I might put the moon in the big box because that's the star of the show. And then I'll put the satellite and radar in these boxes. So I have to do some finagling. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Because Cole, I need you, man. I need you. I need this to work for you. I'm gonna try to see what's going on with that. You might have to delete it and reinstall it. There may be an update or something. So I'm gonna look into that. But do me a favor, maybe try to delete it and reinstall and see if that happens because sometimes they do updates and it gets a little weird. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna run out to our live shot control and have them zoom in on the moon a little bit more. Stand by. Okay, we got some good news. We also have it on Daytona Beach. So that means that we are clearing our skies in Daytona. So don't mind me. Keep on asking your questions. I'm going to rebuild this interface that you see right here so that I can, so that we can keep on showing you some stuff. So I'm going to try to walk and chew gum here. So let me change. Put 2. Yeah, be careful on the Gulf Coast. There's some storms out there. Oh, look, do you see it's starting to see the little sliver? I know there's like a glow around it, but you see the little sliver on the left-hand side? We've got some awesome people working our live shot desk. Look at that. You guys see that? So there it is underway. If you are seeing clouds, um, so what you're seeing now, our live shot operator, he's working his magic to kind of frame the moon right in the shot here and kind of battle out the brightness of the moon with some of the clouds going through. So he's doing an awesome job here. So above my head, I believe, is Port. Hold on one second. Let's see. I got Port Canaveral and Daytona Beach. So source one. Yep. So this is going to be Port Canaveral, Florida, above my head, and you can see the Pac-Man. You can see the Pac-Man view there. The moon is above my head. That's pretty funny. I'm trying to get all the camera views set up for you because I got to run and do the 11 o'clock news. But I'm going to keep this stream up because I know there's some clouds across the state, and I want you guys to get a glimpse of this. If you're in the greater Central Florida area and can see News 6 WKMG CBS affiliate, tune in at 11 o'clock. We're going to be tracking the clouds still in real time and looking at these views on your TV as well. And look at that. He's tuning in the Daytona Beach shot as well. That's awesome. All right. So just don't mind me if you have questions, post them in the chat. The peak is coming up at 12:13 in the morning, so we have a long way to go. We're just getting things started. Awesome stuff, Jensen Beach. And by the way, guys, if you are taking pictures of this and you have the free News 6 weather app, if you don't, download it. Again, it's for free, the pin it section, or click orlando.com/pins. It's the best way to get us your pictures. If I don't have any by the time to show on the 11 o'clock news, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos will show them tomorrow morning, undoubtedly. I know she'll do that for sure. Here is what we have going on. Up top is Daytona Beach. To the right is Port Canaveral. And we have a really cool shot. And we have our live shot operator, Marissa and James. They are both on this tonight. And they are doing a fantastic job of. It's hard getting something that bright to come into focus. And there's the start of the eclipse. Really cool shot. I'm just building this in real time so that you guys can watch this live while I am away. This is Port. I'm going to change that to Port Canaveral. This is where we're tuning in from tonight. So Twin Oaks. This is going to be Port Canaveral. Sorry, sometimes I have to talk to myself. Let me know what you're seeing. Keep the comments coming. I'm going to load up the chat while I have to do the newscast at 11 o'clock. But I'm going to keep the chat going if there are any questions. And then this is going to be Daytona Beach. I thought it said we had beers out here. I know a lot of people were celebrating with some beer, but you said bears out here. There's also a lot of bears. If you're just joining us, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Just working on setting up the live stream so you guys can keep on watching this throughout the course of the evening. I'm going to go do the 11 o'clock news literally in about 10 minutes. And I'm going to keep this live. I'm going to stay active in the comments, and I'm coming back in here for the stream after the show, after I run outside, of course, because as we get closer, obviously to the end or to peak time, that is where we're going to start to get the really cool stuff with the red color, that blood moon color. Let me know if you have clear skies, comments, all that stuff, or clear skies if you're seeing the eclipse, all of that stuff. Awesome. Someone tuning in from Missouri. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're enjoying the eclipse. Thanks for hanging out with me every night on the show. We're typically here every Monday through Friday, by the way, at 9:30. We have a weather show that we talk about Florida weather, and during hurricane season, we have in-depth look at the tropics with none of that garbage and hypey stuff. So if you like that stuff and like to just BS about the weather, we're here every night, Monday through Friday on this channel. So come check it out. We are extending the show tonight because of this cool almost total lunar eclipse. We're about 95% covered. So we will get that blood moon color coming up in a little bit. Oh no, I'm not bored. What I'm doing is I'm working on building a continuous live stream for you guys to watch. So that's why I'm like dialed in to the computer building software here. So so you guys can keep on watching this. And I have about like 5 minutes to get this done before I have to run in for News 6 at 11. By the way, if you are tuning in and you are in the greater Central Florida area, we're going to have these continuous views of the eclipse on the show through the 11 o'clock news. We'll be doing real-time stuff, tracking the satellite stuff and all that jazz. So tune in, News 6 at 11, and then we're back here on the stream coming out. I got it, man. I'm fueled and ready to rock and roll. I got the coffee right here. I probably need to fill up and hit up the snack machine. But we are ready to track this eclipse. Again, this is the last best one for like almost 3 years. So got to take advantage of it. I was lucky enough, my wife and I, we were out in Arizona in March. Well, February into March. I guess it was March at the time, to see that total lunar eclipse. We were out at the Grand Canyon, and it was freezing cold. But it was awesome. But this one's going to be near total. lunar eclipse tonight. So it's going to turn red. I mean, look, it's making progress. The moon is in Earth's shadow tonight. Okay. What was I doing? I appreciate you guys tuning in from across the state of Florida. And again, the Duval people, if you are here from Jacksonville, if you're here from Duval, we talk about Florida weather every night at 9:30. I know we're based out of Central Florida, but for the 9:30 weather show every Monday through Friday, we do talk about the entire state of Florida. And then again, the tropics. So if you're interested in that, again, we cover the Panhandle, South Florida, the Gulf Coast, the Atlantic Coast, I-10, wherever you may be at the Keys. So if you're into that stuff and want some weather coverage on the streaming side of things, we got you covered. I'm just trying to play with all this stuff. I have about 4 minutes before I have to run to get to the newscast. So again, tune in to News 6 at 11 on the TV side of things in just a couple of minutes. That's what I like to see. Someone's hyped. You think I look bored? Hold on. Do I look bored? I think I've been pretty amped. Again, I'm dialed in, man. Welcome from Ontario. Thanks for joining the stream tonight. All right, how does that look? This is how I'm going to keep it. So a nice big look at Port Canaveral. We'll be zooming in and out for Daytona Beach from time to time. And then I'm going to keep the infrared satellite looping to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. We also, though, just be careful on the Gulf Coast. We were tracking this before. We do have some thunderstorms close by, so just be careful. There's some lightning striking, certainly getting close to the beach at times. So be careful there. We had a light show. I mean, again, if you're anywhere on the East Coast, you have a light show and the eclipse. If you're on the Gulf Coast, say from St. Pete to Tampa to the Big Bend, you've got a light show on the West Coast, the Gulf Coast. So just keep that in mind that we do have lightning around. But all of that stuff, pretty cool tonight. Watching from Jacksonville, max coverage of the eclipse is at 12:13. So max coverage is going to be 12:13. So at about 11:15 in 20 minutes, the eclipse is going to be about halfway done. And then 12:13 in the morning Eastern time is when the peak eclipse is for Eastern time. Then 50% of the eclipse will still be ongoing at 1:11, and then the eclipse will be completely over at 1:52 Eastern time, and then subtract an hour if you happen to be tuning in from Central time. So some really cool stuff tonight. Ongoing. 20 minutes until 50% coverage, and then we are about an hour and 20 minutes away from peak time. All right, reports of southeast Ocala on the clear side. Awesome, great news. This is all going to last. I will show you the timeline one more time here before I have to run. But here's where we stand right now. At 11:15, that's our next kind of benchmark. That's going to be when we are 50% or Earth's shadows covering 50% of the moon. And then the next benchmark is going to be the peak of this eclipse, where about 95-ish% of the moon is covered in Earth's shadow. And that's when it's going to be at its peak redness. You should be able to see it from Idaho. Your peak time will be at subtract 2 hours. So at 10:13 p.m. Mountain time, that's when you will see the peak. The eclipse will be ongoing still at 1:11 a.m. Eastern time. Peak conditions, 50% of the Earth's shadow covering the moon still. And then the eclipse will come to an end at 1:52 in the morning. But again, the real cool stuff is going to be from like 11:15. I mean, it's cool now. From 11:15 through about 1:11 in the morning Eastern time. Alrighty, guys, I have to run. If you are watching from the greater Central Florida area, do me a favor. Turn on the news to News 6 at 11. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the weather. I'll have the latest on Dolly. It's really nothing. But we're going to be talking about this hardcore, and we are going to have those live looks. And we'll make sure our live shot operators stay on playing with the controls here as we're losing it already. But we have a live look tonight from Port Canaveral and Daytona Beach. Thanks again, guys, for tuning in for the show and staying late tonight. Again, we talk about the weather across Florida every Monday through Friday at 9:30. And, of course, hurricane season we talk about. We break it down. So if you're in the state of Florida, would love to have you check out the show. Thanks again for being here. I'm going to hop on after the 11 o'clock news, but I am going to keep the stream running. Any questions? I'm going to have the chat open. Enjoy the eclipse, guys. Any pictures, click orlando.com/pins, or you can upload them by downloading the free News 6 weather app. Just search WKMG. It is happening right now in Jacksonville. The peak time is at 12:13 in the morning. Texas, it will be peak for you at 11:13 at night. Alrighty, guys. Be safe. Go outside, take a look, keep the stream on. I will see you guys shortly after 11:30. Welcome back. Just cleared News 6 at 11. I know some of you guys were watching on the TV side of things. You told me in the chat. So thank you guys for hopping over there for a little bit of time. Hope everybody is enjoying the eclipse. This is pretty awesome. If you look above my head, there's the timeline. We are more than 50% of the way through. We are coming up on the peak where the moon is at its most blood red. If you have snapped a photo, if you are new here, welcome. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, meteorologist at News 6 out of Central Florida. But we have a show every Monday through Friday at 9:30 where we talk about the weather through the entire state of Florida and, of course, the tropics when it's in season. Consider coming around. It's great to talk to you guys. It's great to see you guys in the chat. Do me a favor. Let me know where you are tuning in from in the chat. And let me know how you are seeing the eclipse. If you have clouds around, if you are locked in the clouds, if skies are clearing out. Thank you guys for being here tonight and spending some time with us on News 6 Plus and on the News 6 YouTube page. Love it. Some things about the eclipse glasses. Yeah, you do not need the eclipse glasses to see this one. Just look up and see it. I try to get a picture. It doesn't do it justice on the phone. Again, if you guys have any pictures, download the free News 6 weather app or go to clickorlando.com/pins and you can upload them there. I'm going to see if we have any photos so far of the eclipse. Perfect view from Clearwater. Love to see that. Southwest Florida, what's going on? Putnam County from the deck on the back of the house. Great stuff. Awesome. Pittsburgh, that's where I'm from. Good to see someone from Pittsburgh watching the Florida stream tonight. A little cloudy. Hope you can at least see some of the eclipse. Arizona, I watched the last eclipse from Arizona. Grand Canyon. Good stuff. Love the state. First eclipse ever. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying it. Broward County, nice and clear. Awesome. Northport, Florida. Got some great views in Pensacola. Welcome from Argentina. East Tennessee. From the pole in St. Louis. That's fantastic. The Big Mitten. Welcome. Great in Titusville. Reports of the fingernail stage. What's going on in Atlanta? Levy County has the good view. Perfect. We really lucked out tonight. The storms ended early. We were in and out of some clouds. Clearwater, Largo area. Hope you are enjoying the eclipse. Pretty good view in New York. You guys had some of the best viewing in the entire country, right smack dab in the Great Lakes area. Chicago, one of the best views. Thanks for tuning in from Chicago. Jupiter, Florida has a great view. I know, it's not even worth it. It's not, like, you just can't, it's not even worth it at that point. You will be able to see it. You're not going to see as much as what we can see here on the eastern side of the country, but you will be able to see it. Coral Springs, Florida, very clear. Thanks for that report. Awesome stuff. You should be able to see it in Charlotte, pending the weather. Lakeland, good stuff. Northwest Alabama, Columbia, South Carolina, back in the Florida Keys. And there it is as we approach the peak of the eclipse. Again, 12:13 Eastern, 11:13 Central. There's the timeline above my head. You can clearly see the reddish hue now coming out. Orange Park, Florida. Oklahoma, pending the weather, should be able to see that. Central Time, the peak is coming up at 11:13 p.m. Clear skies in Ohio, Citrus County. Awesome stuff. Looks great in Davenport. So I got some coffee still because we're going to roll with this stream for a while. So we just finished the coffee. And I got some Teddy Grahams with honey. Toy Story Teddy Grahams. We hit up the snack cabinet tonight. So that's how we are fueling on a late night stream. You got to keep me on this here. I have control of the camera now, so I can't fall asleep at the wheel. Got to give a shout out to our live shot operators, James and Marissa. They did great work tonight to tune this in. We all feel the pain there with trying to get the iPhone or the Pixel, whatever you have, the phone, excuse me, the flip phone, whatever you may have. It's hard to kind of get it with how bright it is. Rockford, Illinois, awesome. I'm with you as long as there's coffee. We don't want any of those hurricanes. We're nice and quiet on the Atlantic side. We do have Dolly out there, but it should dissipate even by the time it gets to the Caribbean and give them some beneficial rains. If anybody's tuning in from the Caribbean, this should not be a big deal for Dolly. Of course, just watch out for some flooding. The rain could be heavy at times, but this is going to help some things out with the drought situation. So above my head, if you're wondering what's going on here, the Earth is positioned in just the perfect way here to kind of block out the sun's rays. Of course, that's how the moon stays illuminated at night because it's away, not right in front of the Earth, so it still gets all of that sunlight kind of bouncing off of it. So what's happening here is we are getting right through the Earth's hard shadow, that red area there on the diagram above my head. And what we see as this thing kind of slides into the shadow, obviously it gets darker first. I call it the Pac-Man stage where it starts to get dark, but then it starts to turn that blood red color. And it does that because we have the sunlight still has to pass through Earth's atmosphere. And as it does so, the sunlight still scatters just how like we would see a sunrise or a sunset here on Earth. We are essentially seeing the Earth's sunrises and sunsets pictured on the moon here. And that's where we get that blood red color because of the scattering of the sunlight as the light moves through the Earth's atmosphere and then projects it right on the moon. So that is why it's turning red right there tonight. As we approach peak time, it's not going to be completely full. It's only 95%, so it's technically a partial eclipse, but it's what we call a hard partial. I mean, it is really a hard partial because, again, we're at 95%. A total would obviously be 100% rolling. So that is what's going on in real time. Most people are reporting nice, clear skies tonight, just in the nick of time We got some of the clouds out of here around the Jacksonville area. If I have anybody tuning in from Northeast Florida, we are watching things kind of thin out a little bit on the satellite composite. We have more clouds through the Florida Panhandle tonight. So we're doing okay. South Florida, at least from a Florida perspective, no doubt is phenomenal. So looking pretty good. Getting cloudy in St. Augustine. We'll take a closer look at St. Augustine. The white on this picture, again, above my head, this is the infrared satellite, picking up again on some clouds, trying to push back through. So hopefully you were able to see it for a little bit. I know we got a little bit of the breaks in there, but it's better than the alternative of being completely locked in. And thankfully the storms ended on the earlier side. If it was last night, most of us, at least through the interior part of Florida, would not have been able to see this because we had those storms linger late and everything. Largo, Florida, reporting clear skies. Awesome. Skies are clear in New Jersey, clear in central Louisiana. Thank you guys for the reports. Got some clear skies in Pennsylvania, also in Galveston. Awesome stuff. Awesome report from Charlotte, North Carolina. Thanks for joining the stream tonight. Beautiful and clear in Charlotte. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just locked into the clouds a little too much. A little too much in the Florida Panhandle. And there's more clouds than breaks right now. Clear in Palm Bay. Cheyenne, Wyoming, welcome to the chat tonight. Clear in Cheyenne. Some of the rare times we are reporting clouds in San Diego, and same for Arizona as well. The monsoon season kicking in, at least some thunderstorms around earlier, and reporting the heat lightning there off in the distance. I know, of course, cloudy in Flagler Beach. We were hoping, but there are the clouds again in Flagler. We might have some thinning. Let's see here. They're trying to thin in like North Volusia, southern Flagler. So we might be able to get in on it as we approach peak time. And again, peak is coming up in just about 23 minutes from being at the peak eclipse. Yep, I'd call it a blood moon. I mean, I guess technically the blood moon is when it's a total eclipse. It's like 95% eclipsed. So I guess technically I would still call it the blood moon, though. Crystal clear in Fort Lauderdale. South Florida is where it's gonna be tonight. That's the best viewing in the state of Florida. Look at that. Hardly a cloud down there. We do have a few trying to push on shore around Miami, but they won't bother anything. Cloudy in Greensburg. I'm from just up the road. Thanks for tuning in to the chat tonight. Lucked out in Clearwater. I know we had those thunderstorms. Well, I didn't realize it was you, American Constellation. Whenever I pulled up the chat, I just saw Lucky in Clearwater. You were talking about the storms that were offshore before. So I don't need to tell you that because you were telling me that before. All right, so he's asking, please explain why it shows blood moon. So if you missed it, and for anybody new tuning into the channel, it's blood moon. Let me pull up my diagram so it shows a little bit better. but it's essentially all of the Earth's sunrises and sunsets being projected on the Earth, or on the moon, I should say. What's happening is the Earth is moving in between the moon and the sun. So as the moon kind of rolls into Earth's shadow, it turns red. So why does it turn red? The sun's rays and all the light particles still have to travel through Earth's atmosphere. As it does that, the light, just like it does here on Earth, gets scattered through our atmosphere. That's why the sunsets are red, sunrises are red, or orange or colorful, things of that nature. It's the same thing, except it's getting projected onto the moon where those light particles continue to travel toward. So really cool stuff. But it's all that visual optics that we are used to seeing during almost every sunrise and sunset when you get the color in the sky because the light is being scattered. Rusty color when it's shadow, cloudy in Boise, Idaho. Good there. Cloudy haze in Jacksonville. I'm glad it is still visible. I don't know, but cool to see you from Australia. Welcome to the chat. Unless you might like eclipses. I don't think you guys can see this one. Maybe that's why. Clear skies in Oklahoma tonight. Just went outside with binoculars, reporting it's stunning. Awesome stuff. Clay County is okay. Chicago's getting some clouds rolling in. Venice, Florida looking good. From Pennsylvania University. And again, if you guys have any pictures, I had like a squirrel moment because I was going to go look up our pins page now, and then I got some questions in the chat and got sidetracked. Let me whoops, put it out of frame for a second. Let me get the eclipse back in frame here, and then I'm going to go look at some of the pictures. See if we got some pictures. We have a couple. I need more, guys. Clickorlando.com/pins. Or on the free News 6 weather app. Now is a great time to download the News 6 weather app. All you need to do is just search WKMG in your app store. And then you can submit your pictures right there to the News 6 team. You'll see the thing that says pin it on the front page. Thanks again, guys, for hanging out with me tonight as we extend the live stream through at least peak time. Got a report of Lake Mary. It is perfect. That makes me super happy. We were trying to get rid of those clouds. I'm glad that it cleared. Great question here. Okay, so this is going to be it for a while. It's almost 3 years until the next lunar eclipse of this magnitude. It's like June of 2029. So it's almost 3 years away. And this technically isn't a total. It's a hard partial because it's going to be 95% of the way to total. But the next one of this magnitude or greater, and it is a total eclipse, is coming June of 2029, at least from this part of the United States. So keep that in mind that this is the last opportunity we have in almost 3 years if you're not going anywhere to see the lunar eclipse. Got more questions on the eclipse, so we'll go through that again. A lot of people asking about how it happens. For a lunar eclipse, the Earth is passing through, or the moon is passing through Earth's shadow. So the Earth is right in between the sun and the moon. So what I have above my head there is the diagram of how this eclipse happens. So the Earth is moving in between the sun and the moon, as the moon goes through Earth's shadow, it starts to darken up because it's losing the sunlight that was projected on it. But now the Earth is in the way and it's blocking the light. Where we get the orange from, though, are the particles of the sun, the sunlight. The light is passing through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is made up of stuff. And as the sunlight goes through the atmosphere, it scatters, and it scatters out the light. And we're left with the red color on the other side of the Earth, and then that is projected onto the moon. So we're essentially seeing sunrises and sunsets on Earth projected right onto the moon. So it's really cool. So I hope that helps with the description of what an eclipse is. The solar eclipse is the other way. That's whenever the moon is in between the Earth and the sun. That's why it's way more rare to see a total solar eclipse, because you're talking about something the width of the moon rather than the Earth is smaller than the Earth is smaller and the moon is smaller than the Earth. So that's why you get more total lunar eclipses, or at least seen on a widespread scale. Welcome from Wichita, Kansas. Thanks for tuning in.
Panama City Beach, where you can be you. It only takes.
I guess you can be you in Panama City Beach. Cloud cover is barely visible in St. Augustine, so those clouds have rolled in. We were tracking those earlier. And good point here. Unlike the solar eclipse, all you need to do is just look up. Let me get the eclipse back in frame here. And look at that nice red color. Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight and watching this awesome eclipse. Seeing the last part of the eclipse in South Africa. Awesome. There's a lot of people tuning in from across the world tonight. This is pretty cool. Yeah, get ready. We are T-minus 13 minutes away from the peak. And I think a lot of people are up. Well, we've got 5,000 people on the stream. So thanks, guys, for hanging out. Moon looks like a thumbnail. And by the way, if you guys are interested, shameless plug here, but we talk about kind of cool weather stuff like this or astronomy stuff like this, mainly weather. But when we get the weather forecast for this, I just put the YouTube channel handle in the chat. It's at @just_weather if you're interested in kind of like the daily dives and the workings behind the atmosphere and how the weather is working and things like that. Subscribe to that. I would love to see you over there as we post a lot of weather content on the @just_weather page over there. So would appreciate that as well if you guys are into that stuff. I know a lot of people here that are here every night for our Monday through Friday show at 9:30 on this channel like that stuff. So just wanted to throw that out there. If you are stumbling across us and myself for the first time, we do a lot of cool stuff, at least I think, but obviously I'm biased. Full now in Arizona. Awesome stuff watching it in Puerto Rico. Awesome. Great stuff from Ormond Beach. Good stuff. Good views coming in from Jacksonville. You're too kind. I appreciate it. I'm Jonathan, by the way. Someone asked who's Jonathan in the chat. Someone asked, is this a full eclipse? It is a 95% full eclipse. So you will see here that in 10 minutes, we're 10 minutes away from peak. You're just going to see a little sliver of light. Just a little bit more than what we're seeing here again. It's about 95%, a 95% partial eclipse. So it's not technically total, but it's pretty darn close. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in from Philly. It stinks that it's raining there. Yes, you will be seeing, if you go outside and it's clear, you will be seeing what we're seeing here on this stream. We are based out of Central Florida, but these eclipses are different than the solar eclipse, so it's a little more widespread. So you will see it if you stepped outside in Virginia. Same deal, except in person. Awesome stuff in Fort Lauderdale and in West Palm. Fortunately, the clouds are still there in Georgia. Nice. Northeast Michigan, seeing the same. Glad you're getting the clear skies. Just seeing it in parts of Georgia anyway. Nice. Pacific Northwest, seeing it. Gorgeous red. Love it. Sorry, the moon's going to bounce in 1 second. I overhit my down button. See, there it goes. It'll come back. There we go. It's a delayed reaction. Great views in Tampa. All right, so here we go, guys. We are about, if I can do some math, at 12:06 in the morning Eastern time, 4 minutes to 10, and then 7 minutes away from the peak of this eclipse. And again, we're still going to be, we'll still be in the eclipse all the way through 1:52 in the morning. The cool part, again, we're in the cool part now, and that really will continue until about 1:11. Let me put the timeline back up. Nice, great view in Southampton, outside of Dallas. I'm glad some of that smoke cleared. I might look really red with some of the wildfire smoke from that big one to your west. I missed that one. That's awesome. Caveman Afraid. Whoever said that, that's top 5 comment of the night. We are in Eastern time. So this timeline here that I'm going to bring up, and I'll get the comments out of the way to make sure that everything is unobstructed as we head towards peak. So get ready to head outside if you're on the mobile device, especially, so you can keep the stream up as we watch this. We are coming up on peak time. All right, so we are just a couple of minutes away from the peak. Trying to do something so I can go mobile real quick. Head outside. We'll see if I can keep the bandwidth on the cellular device up. Picture's terrible, but we'll still be able to chat. 3 minutes away from the peak time of this eclipse. And let's get the timeline back. I'm going to center. Okay, so we're going to walk on through the newsroom here, and I'm going to catch a glimpse of this. We're about 2 minutes away now from it being peak. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me know in the chat. Sorry, that was a little too close. So I'm just walking through our newsroom, back into the weather center. So you can get the key, go outside, and take a look at this. Let me know in the chat if you can still hear me. Okay. What time is it? We got to be getting close now. 12:12, so we are a minute away from the peak. That thing looks nice and pretty red. And if you're just tuning in, post what you're seeing out there. If you have any pictures walking through the dark hallway of the TV station, out to the front door. And I think we still have clear skies here in the Orlando area. When I checked it was about just before midnight. There it is. I mean, if I turn you got the way better picture here. Let me see if I figure out how to turn this camera. Nope. Guess I can't do that now. Let's go selfie mode. I mean, there it is. I mean, again, wouldn't even do it justice. That's really cool. Again, we are watching the peak here. So it's almost like, you know how sometimes you get, well, all the time in a total solar eclipse, you get that diamond ring effect. It's something a little different, obviously, with the lunar eclipse, but it almost looks like that diamond ring effect of a total solar eclipse because we're not going to get it completely covered. It's, you get that nice little bright stripe that's still hanging out at the top of the moon, 5 for 96% of the eclipse there. This is really cool. I mean, again, and this is going to be the last one that we see in 3 years. Nearly 3 years. It's June of 2029, at least on the Eastern time zone. There will be others across the world, obviously. But I don't know, really cool stuff. It's really humid outside here in Florida or anywhere across parts of the South. Again, it is just after the peak now. We're just about a minute away. Sorry, I lost you for a second. Signal's dropping out. Heading back into the digital weather center. Just wanted to see that. Again, if you guys have pictures of it, click orlando.com/pins or on the free News 6 weather app. That's the best way to do it because then you get the forecast updates from us if you're in the Central Florida area. You get the alerts from that lightning detection. Again, all you need to do is search WKMG in your app store, and there's going to be a section called Pin It, and that's where you're going to click on that. You can upload the picture. So that'll be cool, and we can show those. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, she'll be in the morning, and she'll no doubt be showing some of those again of the eclipse. Again, that'll still be going on for still a little bit of time. And we're back. Thanks for walking with me around the around the parking lot outside of the station. Hope everybody's enjoying this tonight. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, a lot of people talking about the mosquitoes tonight. It's brutal. I mean, we just had a ton of rain, at least in Central Florida, over the past couple of days. Southwest Florida is seeing it right now. It's same time. So get out there and see it. You have nice clear skies. It's technically not peak, but it's close enough to it. It's still going to be that blood red color that we just saw. Again, if you have pictures, clickorlando.com/pins. That would be awesome. To send those our way so that we can showcase them. A bunch more. Cloudy in middle Georgia. Beautiful in Buffalo. Absolutely. Thanks for keeping me company late on a Thursday night or early Friday morning, however you look at it, just after the peak of the near total lunar eclipse. It's 95% eclipsed, not completely total, but it's pretty darn close, and it still put on a heck of a show tonight, and it still is. Again, we're going to be in this for a while. There's the timeline. The next stage of this eclipse is going to be when there's still 50% of the moon in the Earth's shadow, or the Earth's shadow is covering 50% of it. So that's going to continue. I think the coolest part of the eclipse, I mean, we're in obviously the coolest part of the eclipse right now. We're still kind of in that peak-ish time as we have that blood red color. We'll probably stay with the stream until we lose that blood red color. Matthew Sharp, appreciate you, man. Get some sleep. Diamond Ring in Southwest Florida looking great. No clouds in the Cape, and that's exactly where we are streaming live from tonight. Port Canaveral, Florida. Lakeland is clear. Hope you are enjoying the show. Very awesome in Kentucky. Great stuff. Appreciate that. It's great to see everybody. At least you got to see something. I know that's a shame that it didn't shine through some of the cloud cover, but it looks really cool out there. Clear in Lake Baldwin. Awesome. Little different in California before. Overcast in Richmond, unfortunately. Clear in Mims and Titusville. Good stuff. Watching in Naples, Florida. Welcome to the stream tonight. California should be seeing it, although there's not. See you tomorrow night, Melissa, on the show. By the way, if you're watching from Florida, again, we talk about the weather every single night. We have a nightly show on this channel if you're interested in hanging out more often. It's 9:30 every Monday through Friday. We talk about the hurricane season when it's in season, and we obviously talk about Florida weather and cool stuff like this when it happens. So would love to hang out with you guys more often. All you need to do is hit that subscribe button. We're a Central Florida news station, but we do cover the entire state of Florida when it comes to the weather and the tropics. Palmetto, good evening. It's all right. Glad you're seeing it in clear Chicago, Illinois. Unfortunately, the clouds are in Jacksonville. Beautiful in Port Orange. Appreciate that, Teresa. Cloudy in Houston. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the support in choosing us for your news and weather. Look no further than News 6. We got you covered. I appreciate you hanging out on the stream tonight. And I hope you choose us. Again, we are WKMG News 6 out of the Central Florida area. We have a lot of hyper-local community coverage here. That's what we do. And on the news side, certainly on the weather side. So I hope to earn your trust and to give you the best news and weather coverage in Central Florida. Welcome to Central Florida as well, if you're new to the area. Cloudy in Oakland, California. What's going on in Houston? Are there clouds where you are? I heard there were some clouds in Houston. Awesome. Just saw in West Palm Beach. Good to see you in Palm Bay, watching here and on Outside. Thanks for tuning into the stream tonight, my friend. Great to hear. Perfectly clear in Ocala. We do play trivia every Tuesday. If you like that stuff, Weather Trivia Tuesday, 9:30. Every Monday. Well, every Tuesday, but we're on the shows every Monday through Friday. Great to hear. We appreciate that so much. Awesome. We love the coast as well. It's certainly, the question is, let me see, I'm asleep at the wheel again with the camera. If I starts getting out of frame, just nudge me. Because I'm I'm reading the comments and I'm like, oh, we're losing it. This is thanks from St. Pete. How rare is this type of eclipse? It's certainly the more common of the eclipses, but like we won't see another one of these until June of 2029. So it's decently rare. There are these eclipses a couple times a year. The lunar eclipses are way more widespread than the solar eclipses. The solar eclipse in totality is super rare. Now, like from a Central Florida perspective, we get a really good total solar eclipse. That's the mecca of like atmospheric phenomenon. 2045. So those are super rare. We'll get another one of these in 2029. Asked again for somebody to explain what exactly is going on, and for anybody that might be tuning in just now or missed some of the explanations, I'm going to go back to that. I'm going to show you again what's actually happening with the diagram right above my head. And what we have happening is right now the moon is kind of right smack dab in the middle of Earth's shadow. You will see the brightness start to come back from the top of the moon, and then eventually it'll bleed back down to the bottom. But the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. So as the Earth passes by, or as the moon goes on the other side of Earth, it enters the Earth's shadow where our planet is literally blocking the sun's light. We can see the moon at night, obviously, because the Earth is not in the way and the sun's rays are reflecting off of the moon. What happens during the eclipse is the Earth is right in between the moon and the sun. Now, why it turns red is really cool because just like how we see the colorful sunrises and sunsets, it's the same principle. As the sunlight comes through the Earth's atmosphere when it's low on the horizon, a lot of that light is scattered. The light that kind of remains there is the reddish colors. So that is why the sunrises are red, orange, pink sometimes, depending upon how much scattering is going on. And that's what's happening here. These sunlights passing through the Earth's atmosphere, it's being scattered out, coming out on the other side red, and then being projected right onto the moon's surface. And that's what we see. So essentially we are seeing Earth sunrises and sunsets projected on the moon. So it is really cool. You do not need eclipse glasses. Great question. You do not need eclipse glasses to see this one. You can just go up and look. This one will not not hurt your eyes. So you can go out and just look up. Crystal clear in the Finger Lakes. Good morning from Duke University. Awesome stuff. Beautiful sight in St. Simon's Island. Eclipse is in retrograde phase. No doubt. Yeah, it's seeing itself out on the other side. Amen to that. This seems to be the joke of the night right here. So no one actually got a total eclipse out of this. This is all everybody got a partial. So no one got a total. But this is still very close. It's 95%. %98 reached in Northeast Alabama. All right, who we putting in timeout here? Who we blocking? I just sent someone to get him out. Okay, question here. Why can't we see lunar eclipses during the day? It's all because, so here's the diagram again. So the moon has to be in Earth's shadow. So if you are on the sunny side of the situation here, the moon is on the other side of the world. So that's why you can't see it, because the moon physically isn't there to be eclipsed, because it's on the other side of the world. So, like in this diagram, we are on the right side of Earth, looking at the diagram above my head. And the other side of the world's in daylight right now. So they're not seeing it unless they're tuning. We had somebody from Australia, so they saw it via this stream. No, it would not fully cover this one. The one back in early March, that one fully covered. So we have reached the peak at 12:13 Eastern, 11:13 Central. We reached peak. So now we're going to see that light start to bleed back down from the top to the bottom. And everything like that. The next one is going to be June of 2029. So it's going to be a while. So everybody come right back here in almost 3 years and we'll do this again. But we're not done with this one yet. So just take it all in. And there it is right there, 2029. No, absolutely. This is fun. I'm having a great time. So I thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. This is I love this stuff. This is great. No, it's I believe it's 2029. There are, so I guess on a technicality, let me show you. There are, whoops, hold on. The moon's going to go out of frame real quick. Don't worry, I'm going to get it back. Sorry for all the jumping around on the camera there. There are several different types of lunar eclipses. Here's the diagram above my head. What we are seeing tonight is a partial, but it is a very hard partial. Technically, we're not getting the entire thing, but that's pretty darn close, or at least what we had about 20 minutes ago was pretty close. There's also the total, which we had back in March or late February. I can't remember when exactly. What it was. It was early spring or late winter. It was early March, either late February or early March. Regardless, that was a total. We're going to have a couple of the third type here, the penumbral eclipse. That one, you really won't even notice anything is going on. All as it does is there's a kind of a double shadow. So I'll go back to this one again. And there's the Earth's hard shadow in the red, but then there's a soft shadow that's kind of fanned out a little bit more. We'll have a couple of those prior to 2029 that are in the soft shadow. So you may notice the moon get a little darker, but unless you are really looking for it, you will have no idea it's going on. If you have a telescope, binoculars, I mean, you'll see it with the naked eye too, but it's just a very faint darkening of the moon. That's the reason. So technically there will be a couple of lunar eclipses before 2029, but they're going to be the soft shadow eclipses, the penumbral eclipses. So that's the reason why. But an eclipse like this, again, we'll get a total one in 2029. Beautiful in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Thanks for joining the chat and the report. Hope you're enjoying the eclipse tonight. Great view from Orlando Executive. How long until completion? So the next kind of milestone here is coming up at 1:11 in the morning. Let me get to my timeline graphic. That's when there's going to be back to 50% of the moon in Earth's shadow. That's going to happen at 1:11, and then the eclipse itself ends at 1:52. So we still have a long way to go until the eclipse is over. We'll probably keep the stream going until we get to that 50% mark at about 1:11 in the morning. So we'll hang out for about another 30 minutes and keep this stream live for another 30 minutes until we get beyond the 50% mark, where we've kind of got the whole thing before. All right, tied for the best eclipse joke of the night. How do you organize a blood moon lunar eclipse party? You plan it. Good one. Marco Island, Florida, what's going on? Sarasota back in full view. It has passed now. The most full this eclipse is getting is now past. That occurred about 30-ish minutes ago. 12:13 Eastern time, 11:13 Central was when it reached max eclipse, about 95% full. None of the pictures do it justice. I agree. I attempted on my phone and it looked like crap. But if anybody has a really good camera and is good at astrophotography, download the New 6 Weather app, which if you're in the Central Florida area, I hope you guys have the app already. If you don't, it's free. We got you covered on the weather side here. And you can also upload your pictures. And we need you guys in the field when we're tracking storms. When we're tracking storms, you guys are our eyes and ears in the field and can send your photos to us so we can tell people what's going on out there in addition to what we're seeing on the radar. The moon is not a planet. You are right. However, a planet is needed to get this eclipse going, and that is us. We are the planet to make this eclipse possible. It does look like a diamond ring. So no, I lost the comment because there's so many comments coming in here. The peak already happened. So at 1:11, we're going to be at the 50% mark of the moon being covered by the Earth's shadow. The peak happened about 30 minutes ago. So now we're gradually going to watch the light of the moon come back. Yeah, that's me. I was asleep at the wheel again. I want to make sure I try to keep it as centered as possible here to give you guys the best view. Awesome, man. Catch some Z's. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. From Indy. Love it. So you can do it a couple ways. You can go to clickorlando.com/pins, or you can, if you are, especially if you're in the Central Florida area, you can download the New 6 weather app so you can get weather updates from us if you would like as well. You can turn on those push alerts. But there's a section in there called Pin It where you can just tap it and then submit it that way as well. Standing ovation to the moon. Hey, I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate that. Next one of Blood Moon origin is going to be 2029. So we have to wait a while. It stinks. I know we just had 2 this year. Technically, this wasn't total, but it was close enough. It put on a show for sure. But 2029, the next time the moon will turn this red color. San Antonio, Texas. Hope you guys watch KSAT out there in San Antonio. That's a station of choice. Sweet. Shot it with a professional camera. If you go to if you have the app, there's a section called Pin It. Let me I'll dial up the app right now and I'll try to show you what I'm talking about. But if you scroll down on the home page, there's going to be this section here called it's called Pin It. And if you click on that, it's going to open up a browser. And then you scroll down to where you see upload. That little yellow or that orange button. And we are getting some cool pictures here on the New 6 Pin It page. Clickorlando.com. Oh yeah, I got to load some of these into the stream. That was about peak time. Great stuff. All right, I'm going to try to walk and chew gum here and load up some of those pictures. Sometimes I can't do that. Yell at me if it starts getting out of frame. I'm going to try to upload some pictures to get back on the stream. Absolutely. Thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate you joining the stream. Thank you, guys. Awesome in the Bahamas. Awesome in Washington. That's fantastic. Good view there. Great memory there in Jamaica. Awesome stuff that you guys are enjoying that together. So here are some pictures just kind of loosely coming into our section. We got some from Michigan up top. Those three are up top. There's some from Orlando, from Lisa M. Orlando. That one on the right here from Pipe Creek, Texas. We have a couple from Davenport, Florida. Gulfport, Illinois tonight. Have some from Ocala, Florida. Milford, Michigan. In the middle, Troy, Michigan. There's one from Cocoa, Florida. Couple more from Troy, Michigan. Wadeview Park in Florida. Westland, Michigan. Couple more from Davenport, Florida. There's another one video from Ocala. And then as the eclipse was getting underway here in Winter Park, that's a cool one there. The clouds kind of helping to get the brightness of the moon down a little bit. You can see the Pac-Man shape of the moon. So really cool stuff. And I am nice. Good stuff. Good to see you, neighbor. All right, let me see. Sleep at the wheel again. Let me get that back in frame. It's amazing when you're zoomed in on something, like especially if you guys have a telescope or something like that, how quickly things get out. Like it's just how fast things are moving in space. Like just so quick to get out of the field of view again. What's going on in Boston? Wait, what's Chuck Norris doing? Yep, everything moves. The question was, why is that? Why it moved? Yeah, everything is moving. Everything's moving through space. Even the sun is moving. It's just kind of bouncing around a little bit closer, and then everything obviously rotates around the sun. And yeah, so everything's moving really, really fast in the universe. Question about the tides. Yes, this is no doubt affecting the tides. It's a full moon, so it's kind of, we have that tug and pull there between the sun and the moon impacting the tides. So yes, it's no doubt impacting the tide. I know, same. That's awesome seeing that on the birthday. Happy birthday to her. That's fantastic. We are coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning, guys. Thanks for staying up late with me, and hanging out tonight. This is a lot of fun. There we go. We are on the move as we speak. Always on the move. It did. The moon did look like Mars. That nice red tint. What's going on in Edgewater? Thanks for staying up late. Oh, thank you for the super chat. So it depends upon where you're at, because I was talking about for the Eastern time zone. So I think the next total one is going to be like for the Eastern time zone. We get a penumbral lunar eclipse in 2027. Those are kind of the lame ones. That's where you just see just a little bit of darkness. Again, you really don't even know it's happening. You don't get the blood moon color. So there are 3 different types. Then there's another one in August of 27, as you mentioned. So yeah, the one that's going on right now, February 20th to 21st, that's a penumbral lunar eclipse. That's meh. Then there's August 17th, 2027. That's another penumbral. We have a partial, but Eastern time just gets a sliver, so it's not going to say this. It's not going to be like this one. And then the next total solar eclipse visible in the Florida area in the Eastern time zone is not going to be until 2029. So that's the deal with that. So there will be eclipses. And as someone, I just saw it in the chat, but there's so many chats tonight coming through. So thank you for being interactive tonight. There are always eclipses. It's just a matter of where around the world they're going to be visible at. Thank you again for the super chat. And we are quickly getting to the 50% mark. Clear on the Canada Pacific side. Awesome. Can see it in Ohio. Uh-oh, hold on. We're losing it. Stand by. What's going on in Titusville? I'll give you a couple ways. You can either go to the computer, clickorlando.com/pins, or if you have the News 6 weather app, if you don't, you should download it, because then you can get all the weather alerts and the weather updates from the News 6 team. But if you download the free News 6 weather app, just search WKMG in your app store. If you scroll down a little bit past the radar, past the forecast discussions and stuff, you will see a thing called Pin It. If you tap that, there's going to be an area to upload that picture, and that's one of the best ways to get us the picture so that we can showcase it on TV and on the stream and stuff. Super clear in Dallas. What's going on in Daytona Beach? Appreciate that, my friend. Fantastic. Got some good video of the eclipse. Cannot wait for this. Hey, let's already plan the stream. August 12th, 2045. We'll be streaming that. Total solar eclipse. It's another great American eclipse. There's one in 2044 that just gets the northern tier of the United States. I think Montana, parts of Idaho, and then Southwest Canada. But the best one, 2045, it's coming right through Central Florida in totality, like right through like the Ocala area, Lake Sumter County. Totality is going to be for like 6 minutes. It'll be almost not completely dark, but it's going to be very, very dark. And of course, you get the diamond ring, the corona, all that stuff of the best part about the total solar eclipse. Disney tickets are probably going to be like, how much do you think Disney tickets are going to be in 2045? Let's take a poll. Looks amazing in Louisiana. You got it. I'm glad you are seeing it in Sarasota. Nice and clear in Hialeah, Florida. Awesome. Awesome view in East Central Florida, but it is hot as heck here. Yeah, went outside for a little bit. If you were with us on the stream earlier, I did a little mobile stream. And yeah, couldn't last too much longer. I was already sweating. Can clearly see it in Toronto. All right, we got $200 for Disney tickets in 2045. I mean, geez, they're like $180 right now for Magic Kingdom, I think, right? $1,500, Kimberly. Disney tickets will be $400 for kids, $500 for adults. Super humid in South Florida. It's got to end sometime, the heat. I mean, from a Central Florida perspective, our average temperature dropped a degree from our warmest point. It's at least something. You got to start somewhere. And it's weird, like our wet season has been terrible. It hasn't been too wet. We kind of are getting back into like a more typical pattern for Florida. And again, we talk about that on the show. If you're new to this channel, every Friday night or every Monday through Friday at 9:30. There will be other partials. There will be other partials for sure between now and 2045. Good question from Jamaica. What causes the moon to eclipse? And for all the new people tuning in, welcome tonight. We are going on 3.5 hours live tonight. Thank you guys for keeping me company as we nerd out and enjoy this almost total lunar eclipse. It's technically a partial. It is a deep partial, though. So what's happening is the Earth is moving in between the sun and the moon. And we are watching the Earth pretty much cast its shadow on the moon. It's turning that red color because the light, just like when we get our sunrise and sunsets, it goes right through the atmosphere, it scatters, and that light is then projected on the moon. Rodney wants to talk tropics. I see the newest CMC run, that's a model, is not giving up on Dolly re-energizing near Florida. That's a few runs in a row now. Yeah, the one thing I'll say is it's the CMC. Here is the official. I mean, it is certainly possible. Like it's something that we are watching. The thing of it is that like notice here too on the official forecast, we're kind of getting into some of the weather stuff. So again, if you like this stuff, the weather stuff, the sciencey stuff, come hang out. I have the show every Monday through Friday on this channel at 9:30. Let me change the camera view real quick to make sure we don't lose. 1:02 in the morning. We are 9 minutes from the 50% marker. And then we'll continue to watch the brightness return. But you got to be encouraged about this too, of that being the outlier, because you already see that bend back down into the Caribbean. If it interacts with the islands, it's game over. Like there's no coming back for it if it touches the islands. It's already going to be battling wind shear, and then it has to pick itself up. Its low-level circulation will be ripped to shreds from the higher mountainous peaks of the Dominican Republic and Haiti And if it finds itself on the northern side of the Caribbean, then the wind shear will definitely rip it up. So that's that. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. So that's that. I don't know. And Dolly, by the way, I know it's a crazy coincidence. These names are chosen by the World Meteorological Organization. They have a hurricane committee that chooses the names. And this was the one that was up. We've had Dolly on the list since 1996. They're on a 6-year cycle. So we saw Dolly in 2020. The first time we saw it was in 1996. It replaced Diana, that was retired in 1990. So we keep on seeing the same names over and over and over again unless they are retired. So that's kind of the deal with that. So it just so happened that unfortunately we lost Dolly 2 days prior to this becoming a tropical storm and getting the name Dolly. So it wasn't named after. It's funny. The Hurricane Center actually put it in their first briefing that it was purely coincidental because I think a lot of people thought that it was named because of Dolly and all that stuff. Yeah, Dolly is actually being affected by some of the Sahara dust now. It was able to fend it off a little bit to tighten up its circulation to become a tropical storm. Earlier today, I think I have my dust satellite in the show. Stand by. Here's some of it right here. This is the water vapor imagery. So, I mean, it was fighting it off. And you see kind of, there's the green. So that green there, that's the moisture in the mid-levels of the mid-levels of the atmosphere. And it's kind of the outflow, these white channels. You see kind of how the white colors are going up and out. That's the outflow. So it's kind of pushing back a little bit on the drier air. So it's not really getting it into the center. But holy cow, look at all the dry air toward the Caribbean. It's lifting up in this direction. And then there is just so much wind shear out there that it's going to be very, very hard for this thing to really do anything. And again, any kind of interaction with the islands, it's game over. Terrible stuff, for sure. She says, no more Hurricane Helene's and Milton's. Those the worst direct hits on Sarasota, Manatee counties. Just an insane amount of water pushed in on the right side of that storm right up. And it's crazy because Milton made landfall, but Helene was so far offshore and it just pushed all of that water and just helped it rise. That's the storm surge. That's so damaging for sure. And then obviously Milton on the heels of that, basically, that one obviously did make landfall and caused a lot of damage. So after a while of that part of Florida kind of doing a little dodging, those hurricane seasons were obviously not kind. The rain that we are getting from right now is from the sea breeze. So we have the sea breeze with the heating of the day. We get the Gulf Coast sea breeze, the Atlantic sea breeze, and then those kind of work their way inland, and then that's where we get the rain. That's what we typically see. We just haven't really had that much in the way of the wet season in Florida. It's been very, very dull. One of the things we're going to talk about on the weather show tomorrow at 9:30. So especially if you're tuning in from Florida and you like the weather and you like to just hang out and chat and stuff, it's kind of like this, except it's more on the weather side. This is how it started tonight. We talked about the eclipse. But we're going to talk about the drought. We get the drought monitor every single Thursday, and there's still a lot of the state in a severe to an extreme drought. It's crazy. And we're getting ready to head into the dry season, which is concerning. However, El Nino should help us out in giving us a much wetter than normal dry season on that front. However, on the flip side, it also means we could have some really strong thunderstorms in the state of Florida as well. I'm working on the winter forecast for Florida, hoping to have that done in the next 2 to 3 weeks, sometime mid to late September, and there's going to be a full show dedicated to that. So again, if you're in Florida and you're interested, hit that subscribe button. You'll see this is a Central Florida news channel. But in terms of the weather for the show at 9:30, we talk all things entire state of Florida and the tropics. So if you're interested in that stuff, come back and we'll hang out some more and all that stuff. Typhoon. I saw the next comment about typhoon. Pinella's still in the extreme drought. Most of it, there has been improvement on that front. Hey, last year was pretty rough for Florida. We had a couple of really ugly freezes. I know in the north might be making fun of us, but it did get into the teens and 20s a couple times last year. There was that one really nasty one that like killed everything. There were pipes bursting everywhere. That was back in late January, I think. So yeah, that was bad. I think it's going to be a cooler than normal winter for Florida, but I don't think we have it as intensely cold overnight. I think it's more like cool afternoons, cloudy afternoons, and then we have to watch for the chance for some stronger thunderstorms as well. But I'm going to go into more detail for on that episode again after I finish my work on the Outlook. All right. Hey, we have hit 1:11 in the morning. Thank you to the 2,500 people still hanging out with me tonight. This is crazy. So we've made it to the kind of third benchmark. Which is now we are at the 50% eclipse. There's the timeline up above my head. And then we will watch it continue to get brighter and brighter and brighter. Notice it's getting less red as we go along. What do I think of? Did I see something about Levi? Or am I just seeing things? I think somebody asked about Levi Cohen, Dr. Cohen. He's one of the smartest people in the world of weather, for sure. I think he's great. I never met him, but I've seen his stuff, and I think he's one of the smartest people out there. So you can see now quickly as we have the live look still, the eclipse is going to come to an end in about 40 minutes at 1:52 Eastern AM, 12:52 Central Time for the panhandle of Florida and everybody in Central Time. I know we have people watching on the West Coast. We had somebody tune in from Australia tonight. We had a couple of people from Idaho and Washington. So this has been really cool. Not only have we been able to hang out and watch this awesome eclipse, we've had a lot of people tune in from different parts of the country and world. A lot of people from Jamaica and the Bahamas. So a really cool stream tonight. And this has been a lot of fun. That one was crazy. That earthquake in Florida that we felt from that big quake just out in the middle of the Gulf or northwest of Cuba. That was crazy. We cut into TV programming in the middle of the afternoon, not for a tornado or a hurricane, but because of an earthquake. I never had that on the bingo card that I would be cutting into programming to alert people what the heck was going on. We had so many calls into our newsroom that day of, hey, did we just have an earthquake? So we jumped on TV and let everybody know that we just felt that earthquake. That was crazy. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you guys this evening. And there it goes. We are certainly on the last gasp of the eclipse tonight. Very little red left as we are watching it fade away. I think there was like another 4.5. I think there were 2 or 3 others in that area. And it's weird because there's not a big fault line there. Well, there's not a current one, but it looks like there was like an ancient one. There was an ancient fault line from back whenever there was like Pangea or somewhere after that. It was crazy. I didn't feel it. But a lot of people did, and that was crazy. And I think the crust is so hard, and that's why we were able to feel it, even though the epicenter was just northwest of Cuba. Yeah, someone mentioned, yeah, we don't want the yellow one. You don't want the Yellowstone one going. That's for sure. You do not want that one going. Hey, boss, you're still with us. Yeah, I think that's the strongest on record still. Time to move the camera again. Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in. What's going on in Ormond again? How come we can look at a lunar eclipse but we can't look at a solar eclipse because we'll go blind? It's because the sun is way, way brighter than the moon illuminated. And we are looking at the indirect light that the moon is receiving from the sun rather than the light source itself. So that's the big key there when it comes to looking at that. And you get all that radiation in like right into your eye as well. So that's the main difference. You're looking at kind of the shadow there and all that stuff. Yeah, I have to agree. This was really cool. I never thought that we would get this many people on the stream. So it was awesome meeting everybody and just hanging out for a little bit. Hey, Kimberly, you're still here. You've been here since 9:30. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad you were able to see it with all of us. I hope you get better soon. Yeah, this is a good point. There's way too much of that going on. It goes with all the national parks. People are just not obeying stuff and getting themselves into trouble and hurting the wildlife and the scenery and things like that. So I agree with you. It's amazing how people um, just disobey the warnings. Hey, Elizabeth, still hanging out as well. Good to see you. Love this. Not that part. Grabbed the wrong one. He said it's working now. No, we're not getting Hurricane Dolly. No Hurricane Dolly. Hopefully, I know this isn't as cool as seeing it in person, but I hope it at least got you some kind of viewing anyway, watching it here from our camera at Port Canaveral. What's going on to Trinidad and Tobago? Welcome, 1:30 in the morning. Beautiful weather. Glad to hear it. Able to see it in Fort Lauderdale. Awesome stuff. Thanks for hopping in tonight. Glad you could see it from down here. I know there was a lot of clouds and a lot of flooding up in the Northeast today, a lot of thunderstorms going on. So thanks for finding the stream tonight and hanging out with us. Hey, what's going on? A lot of people have been on from the start of the stream. We started this stream at 9:30 tonight. We're here every Monday through Friday. We talk about the weather in Florida, and this was a big part of the show tonight because we were going to see the eclipse in Florida. And then there were so many people on asking questions from around the country. We just kept this thing on all night. And we have about 30 minutes to go until the eclipse is fully over. So there's been a lot of people on here since 9:30 in the evening. So this has been really cool, guys. Does anybody have some suggestions? We got a question here. Trying to shoot the moon with an iPhone. Any suggestions? I am no ex. I try to get it with mine, and I cannot do it. So if anybody is an expert with trying to get these kind of pictures with a phone, post in the chat. Got a question here. What is the coolest thing you have seen through a telescope? So if anybody has seen something cool through a telescope, let us know. The coolest thing that I saw, remember the Great Conjunction? It was back in, was it 2020? I think it was 2020. That was awesome. Seeing Saturn's rings and Jupiter and Jupiter's moons. That was really cool. Like seeing Jupiter, seeing Saturn through a telescope, it doesn't look real. I don't know if anybody's ever seen Saturn through a telescope. It looks like it's fake. It's crazy. But whenever you get it, especially in opposition when it's out of the sunlight, it's really cool. Thanks from Spring, Texas. You are welcome. Been out here since 8:30. Good stuff. Been watching on the TV since 11:30. Awesome. Good. Well, I'm glad you interacted. That's what makes the Monday through Friday at 9:30 show so great, but especially a night like this. I'm not ready for bed. Doesn't seem like a lot of you guys are either. Yeah, it was taking me a same. I was just outside. I'm like, all right, forget this. That's why again, I gave a shout out earlier in the stream to our live shot operators, Marissa and James. They had control from out in the tech center in the newsroom, and I was having trouble getting this focused enough because the moon's so stinking bright. And they did a fantastic job in helping us to bring this to you guys, and so we could watch it all together. It is 1:25 in the morning. We have less than 30 minutes to go. I mean, should we just keep the stream on until 1:52? Should we do it? Should we just do the whole thing? I mean, I'm game if you guys are. I think this has been the biggest comment of the night. The mosquitoes are relentless. They're crazy. I know, me too. Someone just said this. My day is slammed tomorrow. I've got meetings in the morning. This says I should be sleeping. I have a busy day tomorrow. But hey, we're not getting another one of these for 3 years in the Eastern time zone. So you know what? That's why they made coffee. I have not seen a total solar eclipse in person. It is on the bucket list. Post in the comments. We just had the telescope interaction there. The coolest thing you've seen through a telescope. How many of you guys have seen a total solar eclipse? We were actually live through that whole big one in 2024 as well. So I like streaming eclipses. They're fun. Like some people saying, because when we stream storms, obviously there's not the greatest stuff going on because there's bad storms out there. So like this, there's an awesome sight to see. So we can just like hang out, chill, talk, and do some science-y stuff, which is the best. Moon was 96% bright when you saw it in Florida. Awesome stuff. It does kind of look like an eye right now. I will pass along the well wishes to the crew that dialed up. Whoops, we're going to lose the moon again in a second because I went too far trying to keep it centered. Because now it's arcing around. So before we were losing it up, now we're losing it down. Yeah, I mean, that's like rooting for a winner there to at least try to tame the population. It needs to be really cold to kill the mosquitoes. That was one of the biggest questions that I was getting last year when we had the big cold snap in Florida. And unfortunately, it needs to be like that for like a week and a little colder. It did help, but still, we just had on the news tonight, health officials listed it as a mosquito advisory or something like that again in Florida because the West Nile numbers are starting to jump. So we have that again. Awesome. So Flora says she caught the 2017 cloudy but visible for peak time and then made the trip for the 2024 eclipse, sunny and beautiful. That's cool. Like, I don't know. I've gone back and forth with this personally. Like, what is, I mean, I think the total solar eclipse is cooler, but let me ask you. Well, I guess you said the 2024 was lame because there were too many clouds. Um, I think nothing beats a total solar eclipse, but that Ring of Fire eclipse where there's like the outer edge of the sun, that looks pretty cool too. That's also known as an annular solar eclipse. Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in from Washington tonight. Yeah, the moon always looks spooky when there are clouds going across it. It makes it kind of awesome. It helps with the pictures too, to kind of dim the moonlight a little bit. That's one of the problems that you seem to have, um, because it's just so bright and it's the camera just gets all weird. Oh, we're planning the live stream for it already. Don't you worry. I am getting ready for the 2045 solar eclipse in Florida. 6 minutes of totality. Are you kidding? It will be better than the other two Great American eclipses. I think there's one next year. I can't remember where it is. It's overseas somewhere. And I think it's going to have near 7 minutes of totality. So we're going to have just under that in Florida, right in the center line. And we have 25 minutes to go. Whoops, lost the moon again. No, 22 minutes to go. The most severe weather, that's a great question. I worked in Virginia for many years, and we had an EF3 tornado, a couple of them actually. I think that would be the most severe one that I've been a part of, unfortunately. Don't like those things. Sorry, I get too excited and I hit the button on the camera too fast. And then sometimes it doesn't move and it lags a little bit, so then I double tap it and then it goes off the screen and I have to find it again. Getting to 25%. We are in the last 20 minutes of the eclipse. Yeah, but I didn't cover that. I didn't cover that one. I wasn't around then. If you want to send it in, click orlando.com/pins, or if you happen to have the News 6 weather app, or if you want to download it, just search WKMG in your app store. And there is a spot to submit that. It's called Pin It. That's kind of like our News 6 Instagram, if you will, where people can submit their pictures and we can share them on TV and stuff. Helps us cloudy folks. Hey, thanks for joining the stream this evening. It does affect the tides for sure. That battle between the sun and the moon kind of tugging on the earth there. So it no doubt affects the tides. What's going on in Sydney, Australia? 3:34 in the afternoon. So somebody asked earlier, why can't you see a lunar eclipse in the daytime? It's because the other side of the world is in light and the moon has to be within the Earth's shadow. So this is on the other side of the world, obviously, where it is in the afternoon. So they don't see the moon right now. So, and then whenever they get the next lunar eclipse, we won't see it here because we will be on the lighter side. We will be on the focus of the sun. Sweet. Well, I appreciate you joining the stream tonight. I don't think so. I think I just always say, be safe. Good night. Be safe. Maybe I need one. I don't know. Hold on. Let me change the moon direction. That's what I say on the 9:30 show, by the way. And I know a lot of you guys, I'm going to put this in the chat. We're kind of meeting for the first time, but in the chat, I just put in there at just underscore weather. I have a full weather channel as well. But it's just weather. That's the name of the thing. If you guys like weather and astronomy and things like that, it's mostly weather, but when there's cool events like this, we certainly talk about it. Would love it if you guys hit that subscribe button over there and join us for the daily weather content that we do. We talk about the weather across the country, the different weather patterns, tropical stuff. And again, whenever there's cool astronomy things, we talk about that as well. And that is going to be at just underscore weather. And that's where I do the full weather stuff. Here, there's a mix of news and weather. And again, then you will see the show at 9:30 every night. We talk about the weather. So if you're interested in that, if you're interested in the weather or sciencey stuff, that's a cool spot. And would love it if you guys go over there and hit that subscribe button on the at just underscore weather page. There's also an imposter just weather page, so make sure there is an underscore in there if you're searching for it. Or you can just click on it from the copy it from the thing there and go over. That'd be awesome. Thanks for watching it. I appreciate you. It will, yes. So as soon as the live stream ends, it will be in the playlist. You can come back and watch it if you would like through the peak and things like that. So if anybody wants to rewatch it, it will be there. And I'm going to change the title will change to the 2026 lunar eclipse as it happened or something like that. So yeah, it will be here. Awesome. Welcome. I will see you over there. Thanks a lot for subscribing over there. It's we have a lot of fun on the channel, and again, we have a lot of fun on the 9:30 show. So there's kind of two channels that operate. This one's mainly for the station. The other one is for just weather. Literally, it's called Just Weather. Thanks for subscribing over there. And again, that's at just underscore weather if you're interested. Yeah, so this is a good one. And I have actually a video. Let me see. So I just put a link in there in the YouTube chat, and there's an example of one of the videos. I just did that one a couple of weeks ago, and there's going to be a new video coming up on the El Nino, but thank you. I appreciate that. It is this one. That channel, if that is what you're asking for, or if that might be directed to somebody else in the chat. But it's the @just_weather one. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Hold on, I gotta fix the I'm losing the moon again. Does it feel like 1:40 Eastern time in the morning? That's crazy. A few hours. So this got underway just after 10:30, the partial portion of the eclipse. The peak was at 12:13. So what is that? 10:30. So almost 4 hours from start to finish. We've been streaming live for 4 hours and 14 minutes. Awesome. Thank you for the support. No, because it feels like 12:40 here. Okay, so let me rephrase that. Does it feel like 1:40 Eastern, 12:40 Central, 11:40 Mountain, and 10:40 Pacific? I posted. Let me see if it. There's the link to the El Nino video. There's so many comments coming in, and I appreciate that. But I just put the link in the chat with the El Nino video for the last one that I did. I can't remember if I did I did the United States outlook for that one as well. That was more of like, okay, it's getting crazy and it's probably going to break a record. But that's the difference. There's really no such thing as a super El Nino. And I think that the other thing is it's people say Godzilla El Nino. That's what that title is. It's because the sea surface temperature anomaly kind of looks like, you know, how Godzilla has the fire breath. That's what it kind of looks like. But their El Ninos are categorized as El Nino when the sea surface temperature anomaly is a half a degree above normal. I'll show you. Let me get my El Nino graphic out. Oh, is my data not loading for my sea surface temperatures? Hold on. So my anomaly data is, for whatever reason, not coming through, but that would be bright red if it was working. I don't know, maybe something's happened because we just crossed midnight. But it's the anomaly that could potentially break the record of, at least reliable records go back into the 1950s. More loose records go back into the late 1800s. I think 1870 something is the El Nino that we could top. In the modern era, we should break it easily. And it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to impact the weather pattern. It typically does it the most. I mean, it's certainly having its impact on the hurricane seasons in the Pacific. It is juiced out there. There's like 6 at least named storms between the Western Pacific and the Central and Eastern Pacific, but there are hardly any on the Atlantic side because that's what happens in an El Nino year. The bigger impact on a widespread scale for the world comes in the Northern Hemisphere cool season. Yeah, and there it is, 1877. That's the one that we're going to be up against. We'll see. I think that was 2.89 degrees Celsius above normal. Like that's 6, 7, 8 degrees above normal in Fahrenheit. And that's out in this area. Again, here's kind of a loosely drawn graphic, but that's what the sea surface temperature anomaly looks like. And it's because all of the warm water that was built up by Tahiti and Australia, the trade winds weaken. That typically blows all the warm water to the west, and then it allows the cool water from beneath the ocean surface to start upwelling a little bit. But when you have the trade winds relax, all that heat that was built up rolls back to the central and eastern Pacific, and then that changes where the instability is, where the air is rising, and then that changes the thunderstorm patterns across the world, which changes the global circulation. So it changes everything. So what that does for us in the wintertime, it makes for a much more active subtropical jet stream. Let me change the camera. Guys, we have 6 minutes left. And what that does for Florida is certainly make it wetter, but it also brings the opportunity for more strong thunderstorms. So that's the one thing we're going to watch for in the wintertime. But that was the question about, like, what are we talking about? Super El Nino. It's technically El Nino, strong El Nino, and then very strong El Nino. The super is just getting thrown around because this one's going to be crazy. It's probably going to break all the modern records anyway, at least what we have. Yep, tonight is a full moon. Nor'easters make me nervous for Rhode Island winters. Just a kind of again on that Just Weather page. If you're interested for that, I'm gonna also try to get my winter outlook for the entire country out by sometime in the 2nd to 3rd week of September. So again, if you're interested in that, it's at @just_weather. Here's the deal with New England in the Northeast. I think you guys are going to be way warmer than normal. There may be a shot for some cold snaps. The nor'easters become more common during an El Nino year, for sure. However, they have to meet up with the cold, or else it's just going to be a cold, nasty, ugly rain. So it's going to depend upon the snow. You can certainly get the big one in an El Nino year, but more often than not, especially to the I-95 corridor in the Northeast, it's going to be warmer and wetter than normal. So this is just about over. We have literally 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. No, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. So I think next year we should be getting back into a La Nina. So in terms of the El Nino, it should peak sometime in November, December. And then it should start tailing off again as we gradually get back toward a La Nina, maybe by next summer. But as far as like the global temperatures, it's typically warmer during an El Nino. Next year, 2027 might be the warmest on record for Earth in like the era where you can measure things like that. And obviously when Earth used to be molten, volcanic and stuff. But from other than that point, that water is super deep. So here it is here. This is, let me get my telestrator. On the other computer, it's loading. This right here is about 150 meters deep. So when we say this, this is the surface up here. This is surface level. All of this warmth is still kind of rising to the surface. But here is already the cooling. Like that is a lot of cooler water. So now we're starting to get the difference in temperature as well. And that's kind of maybe the signs that we're going to be heading into a La Nina after this is done. They're typically on a 2 to 7 year cycle. Oh, hold on. Got to get back. We're coming to the end. 1 minute left. And then we would have successfully hung out for the entirety of this awesome eclipse. 152 is the end. And there is kind of the last little bit. Last little sliver as the countdown is on to the end. And there we have it. We have made it to 152. Thank you guys a ton. This was a lot of fun. Hanging out with a lot of people from literally around the world. So I really appreciate it. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Thanks for watching the eclipse with me tonight. Again, if you are interested in this kind of stuff, it's okay. You can go back and replay this. But again, I'll put the Just Weather channel again in the chat room for you if you're interested in kind of the overall weather patterns of the United States. Sometimes you get into the world when we're talking about the El Nino stuff. And especially if you're from Florida, that's on that channel. And if you're from Florida, we do have a live weather show every single night at 9:30. This is a Central Florida News YouTube channel. But for our show, because there's not a lot of streaming from other weather outlets in the state of Florida, we do cover the entire state on that 9:30 show. And then when there's bad weather, we obviously stream for the entire state of Florida as well. So would love it if you hit that subscribe button if you're interested in that. Obviously, no obligation, as they say on the commercials. But if you're interested, just wanted to throw that out there because it was so fun hanging out with everybody. I really appreciate it tonight. Get some sleep. Don't call out sick tomorrow. Thanks again, guys. As soon as this live stream ends in the next few seconds, it will be on replay. So you can watch the peak again if you missed it, if you joined late, or if you want to kind of relive that. That was a lot of fun. Guys, get some sleep. Thanks again. I'll hope to see you on the 9:30 show at some point. Again, we're live on this channel every Monday through Friday. And then I put out almost daily weather content on the Just Weather. That's @just_weather. Be careful. There's an imposter. I think we have 118,000 subscribers. The other one has like 50 something thousand. So that's the one with 118 plus. And thanks for joining that. Thanks for hanging out. This is like one of those Midwestern goodbyes. I can't go to bed. Have a great night, guys. I will catch you later. Thanks again.